Guys, sorry for taking some time. I was looking for some copyright-free music because I lost the old list of music I played during the stream. So I found a new one. For the previous stream, the music that I found, some of the playlist items had copyright, and if you don't know, we use the footage of the streams to create the future videos for Vampire Survivor. So whenever we get copyrighted music, it's a little bit of a trouble because then we have to edit the video and we have to remove the music and then we have to re-record lines and everything. It's a big hassle. So I was trying to find a list of a playlist of music that can help us avoid that. So if you have any copyright-free, royalty-free music on, because the old one I think got deleted or something. I can't find it on YouTube Music anymore. So if you have a list of music that you recommend, copyright free of course, we're still on budget. when we get more successful, you know, then we can talk about commissioning music. But now, if you have any list of copyright, if you have great copyright music, playlist, whatever, just share it with us in the chat or comments, videos. We'll use it for the stream. So today, what we're gonna do is a couple of things. There are two bugs that I wanna fix. Forgot. Oh, so there are two bugs that I wanna address before we do what we are supposed to do today, which is to implement the rest of the player stats. So after part 16, if you've read the article, there's only 6 stats that are implemented for the player. So the player in Vampire Survivor has 17 stats. We're gonna implement the rest of the stats and we're gonna work them into our weapons. It's pretty exciting when I think about it. You know, like I'm a coding nerd, right? So yeah. Before we do that though, I wanna just go through a couple of issues, just one issue actually, that was raised by one of our guys in the forum. So let me just pull up the page, give me a moment. Okay, so here we are. Oh, it's an empty screen. There we go. Okay, so one of our forum members made a post. One of our patrons actually made a post on about 1 month ago about the gems not attracting to the player correctly. I'm sure a lot of you have seen this, and you know, it's a pretty annoying issue. So I've actually made a fix, and I've posted on the forums, but I've never really talked about it. So let's talk about it now. So what we have here is essentially we have to modify the player collector script. So let's look at the script together and then let's see what is causing the problem. So this is the player collector script, and what's going on here is basically it's just a script that controls whenever you get close to to any object that can be picked up, the object will start moving towards you. So what we are doing is we'll find the player represented by the player stats object. We also find the circle collider that is under the same object. So if you recall how our player character is set up, is we have let's go to the game scene. Player character is here, there is a collector here with a collider. So this collector is what is responsible for detecting when the item touches the player. So because the player has a collector attached to him, he is able to collect items. And then there is this little pull speed over here that we use to determine how fast the object moves towards us. So we get the player stats. Player stats. It's actually a better way of doing this, a more efficient way. So later, you know, I will modify this piece of code. Let's just run through what this code does together, and later we'll start modifying it, optimizing it, you know. So the radius of the player collector, which is circle collider, is determined by the player's magnet stat, which is right here. So every frame we update the player collector's radius depending on what the player's magnet stat is. This can be optimized as well, but we'll talk about this later. Okay, the main issue that we want to fix over here is that when an object touches the player's collector, right, it gets a force applied to itself. So that goes like this. So basically when anything touches the player's collider, the collector, the circle collider that represents the collector, if the object is a collectible object. What are collectible objects? Collectible objects are objects that, okay, let's see in our prefabs under pickups. So we have treasure chest, we have health potion, and then we have the experience gem, and all of these are pickup objects. Okay, so pickup objects, they implement this interface called iCollectible. I'm actually not sure where it's from, so let's have a look at it. I haven't looked at the code for the collectible for the pickup yet, so let's have a look at that. This is a script that is inside our project. So in our project there is this iCollectible interface. So what are interfaces? Interfaces are usually, you can think of them as parent classes, but they are not really classes. They're just there for you to label an object as a certain thing, if that makes sense. So here we are labeling all pickups as being collectibles. I think it's not that necessary. We can actually remove this without a lot of detriment, but let's just leave it at first because I don't want to change too much of our code base. So basically anything that is a pickup or anything that's collectible will be collected by the player collector. So what's happening here is that if the collectible object, or rather if the game object has a collectible component, we will try and find a rigid body component on it as well, and then we just apply a force in the direction that is towards the player. So over here we have transform.position, which is basically the player's position, and then we have this is the other object's position. So what we have here is, let me just use paint to draw this up. So let's say we have the player character here, and then we have, let's say, our gem right here. So let's say this is A and then this is B. What's gonna happen is that we are taking the player's position and we're minusing it away with the item's position. So A minus B will give you a vector that goes like this, and then this is how the gem moves towards the player. So this is all fine and dandy. We normalize the direction because we want to control the pull speed. So we normalize it. Basically normalizing means we are changing the vector's length to 1. So then whatever you multiply with, this becomes the speed of the item. So over here the force is only applied for 1 frame, and that is the problem with the code, because if you only apply to 1 frame and the player's position changes after that, then the direction is going to be wrong. So instead of having it apply for a single frame, we want the object to follow the player around. So in the forum post, I've actually offered a solution, and the solution is basically to record the entire thing so that it applies every frame. So what's going on here is that instead of applying the force only in 1 frame, okay, we should actually change this formula a little bit. Okay, let me just record the whole thing actually, instead of following whatever's in this forum post. Okay, so we cannot apply this thing just in a single frame. So we have to change the code so that every frame, when the player character is within range, he is going to be attracting the gem. And then the gem will always course correct itself to move towards the player character. So player character radius. So the first thing we want to change is let's create a list, and then let's call this list track. Let's call this will be a list of I collectibles, right? And these will be all the attracted objects. Or should I use rigid bodies? Should be rigid body. Use rigid bodies instead. So this will be a list of attracted objects. So later on, we will just use this list to store all the objects that are moving towards the player. So why do we need to maintain a list? Because we are not going to use the onTrigger enter to apply the force. In the onTrigger enter, what we're going to do is if this object, instead of checking for a collectible, you know what? Let's check for a pickup instead. I think this will be more appropriate. Yeah, so we check if the object has a pickup component. If it does, then we try and find the object's rigid body, and then instead of applying a force there and then right away, we are going to just store this object inside the list. So before we do that, we want to see whether the rigid body exists, and then we just ignore all of this stuff. Yeah, we also don't want to collect it so fast. We collect it only when the object touches the player, right? So let's remove this as well. So what's next is we are going to, once this is done, we will just implement the rest of the stuff inside update. And update here, this line is pretty unnecessary. We don't have to update this every frame, but let's just keep it there for now. So check if the game object has the pickup. If the object also has a big body, I'm thinking if we actually don't need a rigid body, or can we just move the object directly? So let's just use the rigid body for now. Because we don't actually need a rigid body, because anyway we are moving every frame, right? So the rigid body is really redundant. Let's look at our project and see if there are rigid bodies on all our pickups. I want to try and avoid using rigid bodies as much as possible, because they add to the amount of computation that the code has to do, right? Because the rigid body also does its own thing, and if you don't really need it, you know, maybe, oh, actually no, we need a rigid body because we need to detect the onTrigger enter, right? So it's good to have the rigid body. So let's just keep it first. So on the update, what we try and do is we try and let's see, what's my code here? Move on now back. So what we want to do here is we just want to loop through the entire attracted object's rigid body. Okay, over here it says attracted rigid bodies. So attracted rigid bodies. And then we're just looping through all the rigid bodies for each rigid body RB in character. So for each of these rigid bodies, what do we want to do? We want to just move it towards player, right? So we apply the formula that we have previously. Which is to say, we grab the rigid body's velocity, then we set it to be equals to this, which is the player's position minus the rigid body's position. And we just normalize it. Normalize this. Then we'll multiply this by 2. So essentially what we are doing here is the same as before. We are getting the direction and then we are normalizing it so the length becomes 1. When the length becomes 1, whatever you multiply the vector with becomes the length of the vector. So for example, if I want a vector that is pointing in this direction but at a length of 300 units, then I will normalize the vector first to get the vector to 1. And then I'll multiply it so that it extends to 300 units. So normalization is a very effective way for us to control the length of the vector. So here we are using RB velocity because we want the speed to be constant. If we use add force, then you know the previous movement is going to interfere with our current movement, and then this is going to get the jam to go haywire. So we use RB velocity instead. We set the velocity directly so that we'll avoid having problems associated with using get force. Because when we use get force, essentially it's like you are adding a little force to the velocity every frame, which is a bit of a problem because if the player moves very fast and you use add force, later I'll just show this to you, the jam will still fly. So here what we're doing is we're getting the jam to fly towards the player, and once we have this, when is the jam destroyed? Sorry, I've quoted this a while ago, so let me just remind myself what was I trying to do here. So this loops through the entire rigid body. And what I did was, instead of using a for each loop here, I actually used a for loop. The reason I use a for loop is because, okay, we'll get there later, right? Let's not change that first. So what does the collect method do? Getting acquainted with the code here myself. I collide to the player. Isn't the player already unpacked? Oh, okay, I see what's going on here. The player has a collider as well, right? Okay. Sorry, I'm just thinking of a whole bunch of ways that we can code this to be a lot simpler. My brain is working a little bit now, so gotta give me some time to work this through and come up with something better. Oh gosh, screen is black. I'm so sorry. Let me just check the whole thing to see. Okay, there we go. So sorry about the screen. Okay, so what we're trying to do is, if you look at this topic over here, let me just rehash everything that we have that I've been going through. So we have this problem where when you approach a gem or really any object that can be picked up, the item flies away. And I'm thinking about how to recode this. So I've actually offered a fix here which kind of works, but not really as well. But over here we just have to change one line actually. So let me just maybe update this forum post here first. And what I was trying to do just now was I was trying to make this more efficient. So the problem with this piece of code is that it's just one problem really. Found another code. So the problem is basically just that instead of using add force, we have to use RB velocity. So which means it'll just look something like this. This thing here and then dot velocity equals to force direction times. That is all we gotta do. Which will fix the issue. So let me just highlight the addition as well. So there's only one thing that I have to do, but I was just thinking whether I should record the entire collectible system. But you know, that's gonna take up too much time and probably isn't the best idea, right? I'm sorry about the noise. Thanks for the support, JB boy. I'm doing great. Looking at an ad for feed now. Sorry about the is it the voice or is it the typing? Let me know what's wrong with the mic in more detail and I can fix it. Thank you very much. So maybe I can just drop this code into the player collector script here, and then we can see if this fixes the problem. If it does, then we can think about how else we want to optimize the code. There's one more issue with the post here. The issue is that the text here HTML thing. So this should be put everything to HTML quotes. Give me a moment. One more list here that I've got to add in. and I think that's about it. Okay, there we go. Line 54. Oh. So more rigid body here. Didn't throw in. Okay, there we go. Okay, let's see whether the gem attracts properly to the character now. I think the gem is flying all the way out of the screen now. It's flying way too far. We just gotta reduce the pull speed, I guess. So let's go to the collector, and then the pull speed, let's reduce it to, because it's way too high, right? Reduce it to 10. And maybe it'll be good also to have, let me try and activate this. Still doesn't work, huh? Look at that. It kind of goes away. Why does it still go away? It doesn't make sense. So the play collector code doesn't really work, and I've gotta figure out why. Attracted rigid body. This should be green as well. Sorry about the sound, JB boy. I hope it hasn't happened again. I think the static is probably because I have some planes flying near my house. It always happens at this time. I always choose to stream on a Tuesday. I can only stream on a Tuesday at the moment because I have work the other days. So Tuesday is the best day for me. So after February, because my work schedule changes, then we will stream at a different time, and hopefully that means the planes will not be flying There's only so much noise cancellation I can apply to remove the sound of the planes. So sorry about the ears. Okay, I think I've decided to record the entire player collection system instead. You know, because this ties into the stats, right? Just looking at this piece of code, it ties into the magnet stat. So instead of applying the changes over here, which anyway doesn't work anyway, and I mean I can try and fix this, but it's gonna take some time, and I don't think it's a good use of my time because I've thought of a simpler way to do the collection, wherein it doesn't have to make use of the player collector script pulling things towards us. So you know what, let's spend the next hour revamping the collection system before we get to the stats. I think that would be a good idea. So I'm just gonna undo everything in my code for the player collector. And we are just gonna reconceptualize this whole thing. Where I will remove this on trigger enter 2D. Thought of something. So we're just gonna have the item move towards the player and then fade away, and then it's always going to reach the player regardless of what happens. Let me show you what I mean. Okay, so let me just work my magic on this. So firstly, right, this can be changed because it's anyway always attached to the player, so I can use that component in parent instead. And it's be more efficient than using find object of type, which is very expensive. And then over here for the player collector radius, it uses the magnet stat, which is totally fine. But instead of using on trigger enter 2D, what I'm gonna do is in every frame, I am just going to flash a collider onto the screen. Let me show you what I mean. Collider 2D. Separate, right? And then this will be all possible. And I'll use the physics 2D. Overlap circle. And this is centered on the position of the player, with a radius that is equals to the player. Yeah. So then what this does is that now we don't need a collider anymore. Overlap circle all. So what this does is this just draws a circle around the player like this, so we have a very cute player character here. And then after that, there is a radius. So we're just gonna flash this circle over the character every frame, and it's gonna catch whatever item that is a pickup. Which means, so we get all the possible targets. So we don't need this anymore. So don't need the player collector. We just need a full speed, which actually we also don't need, right? Do we need that? Okay, we can keep this for now. So this will this is all the possible targets. Let's remove this. So find all gliders within the radius of the collector. Then we'll just loop through everything. All the gliders. every collider and all possible targets. If the collider is a pickup, call that component pickup. So if the item is a pickup, then what we're gonna do is we're gonna call, if it's pickup, we're just gonna call p collect. And we're gonna pass the pool speed to it, just to maintain some functionality for the collector, right? And over at pickup, we're just gonna remove this iCollectible script. I don't think we need that. So let's go to scripts. Let's remove the iCollectible. Where is the iCollectible? Interfaces. You just delete this whole interfaces folder. Don't need that. And we can remove this class, this interface, I mean. Yeah, so anyway, the pickup will provide the functionality for collect anyway. And we're gonna change the way the pickup works. We are going to let the pickup have a lifespan. This is how long it will stay on screen. So in the off event that it flies off the screen, right, it doesn't stay there forever. Yeah, it's a pretty important thing, because right now if our pickup just misses the player, it just flies on forever, and that's a pretty big problem. So for the lifespan, I'll set this to perhaps 0.5 seconds, or if he hits the player first, whichever comes first. Yeah. And under collect here, we will have full speed. This will be the speed at which it travels towards the player. So when it gets collected, we want to actually also have the transform, right? Transform, target, and float speed. So then we will have from here, target like this. This will be the, if the pickup has a target. So we record the pool speed as well. This is the speed of the pickup, travels. The speed at which the pickup. So under collect, instead of having has been collected, I don't think we need this anymore. So here what we'll have is when the item is collected, right away we will try and destroy it within lifespan number of seconds. And then while it's being destroyed, we're just gonna move it towards the player character. So that means you'll need an update function. And I'm gonna make this protected and virtual, so that child classes are able to override it if necessary later on. And right here, we can say that if there is a target, then we'll just fly towards the target indefinitely. So we will fly towards the... By the way, can you hear the planes that are flying around? Like, is there background? Is there like noise from the planes? Because a lot of planes are flying around my house right now. It's really annoying. It's really annoying. but my microphone on the recorder doesn't say anything. Like, it doesn't show sounds. The planes are flying, so I guess it's good news. Okay, let's go back to the code. So if target is if there's target, then we'll just fly towards it. So means we'll take vector 2 direction target minus our position. Let's go vector 3 since both of these are we can use a vector 2, right? It's fine. So we'll vector 2 here and then normalize this as well. And of course we will take our position moving towards the direction. Or you know, we can just love it actually. Vector 2 position equals to vector 2. We go from our position to the player's position, and then yeah, I think that's all actually. So we can remove this as well. So the collection is just gonna be it's just gonna be a little animation, and let's look at the other pickups, shall we? We have the experience gem, which has the collect, and increase experience. Let's add back the boolean as protected. Make this protected. False. When we collect the item, we will set has to be protected. It's true. Oh no, we actually no, we don't need. Let's make this protected and make this protected as well. So because when we collect the item, we will set the target anyway, right? So the target will be equals to target here, and then the speed. So then if target is not assigned, then we'll register this thing. So once this is collected, we'll have to have a wait, right, of some time. And then before the object is destroyed, before the object is destroyed, we can then before the object is destroyed, we can apply the effects of that. So we can have on destroy this. So this will be protected as well. And virtual text of the item apply. Hi Bloggy, thanks for coming in to say hi. I'm glad you're enjoying the series. I'm reading through your chats now. Okay, have a good night. So this is gonna be a drier stream. It's gonna be dry because it's just gonna be me coding, and when I'm coding, I'm doing a lot of thinking, and when I'm thinking, I just don't have a lot to say. It takes a while for some ideas to form up. So yeah, this is gonna be a drier stream. So I can't wait for you to get part 15, because part 15 is when we have a lot of stuff, a lot of changes to make the system simpler. So yeah, once you get there, let me know about it. Excited to hear what you have to say. So have a good night. So what I'm thinking of now is how to combine a pickup class into one single script. Reduces number of scripts in the project, which is never a bad thing. So we have experience, we have health. We can just have the pickup class award like certain stats, then we don't have to have subclasses to handle all that stuff, right? Because the experience granted, this thing here is just there to it's just there to, you know, it's a pretty small thing. I don't think we need to split it into separate class. That's my issue with it. So if we can just put this into the component, I think that would be great. And then there's health as well. Experience granted, health granted. How much health do we want to have? This 25 would be a great amount, right? So this should move towards, and then we have speed. Okay, let's ignore the stats first. Let's get the collection mechanic to work first before we deal with the stats. Before we decide if you want to deal with the stats one way or the other. So you collect something, you just specify a target, specify how fast it should move towards the target. It has certain lifespan. Lifespan. Let's make this optional. So if this is 0, if lifespan is greater than 0, then this lifespan. So when it's collected, it should just move towards the player. Vector 2 distance is supposed to from dot position, target position minus. And then here we'll check if distance repeat is greater than speed and speed. And we'll use the transform the equation. Distance normalized speed. So I probably have not explained to do here, right? Let's use a vector. Vector 2 is fine. Vector 3. Else. Deploy. Okay. So I think with that we have the collection system set up. Let's test this out. Just copy and paste everything inside here. And we can just call base collect here. Base collect. Speed. Then this will be we use target to object component. There. Let me increase the experience with the player. So just cleaning up the codes a little bit for the on the side of our codes. So same thing over here, we can just do base collect. And this should be target component. And a player restore health. I think this should start working now. Let's check it out. Okay, there's an error here. Does not contain a definition for has been collected. Oh, there is a bobbing animation we gotta work inside as well. So the bobbing animation is something that we can integrate into our pickup class, I guess. I'm gonna work the animation into the pickup class as well. So header. It's gonna add an animation curve here for bobbing. And under update, we can just handle everything under update. Handle. So the reason I'm merging the bobbing animation into the pickup is because anyway this uses the pickup component, so it cannot work without pickup. So there's no point in keeping it separate. So handle the animation of the object. And what we have here is so there's no target, then the animation goes here. So you need a start function here. Start, which will save the initial position. Position. Go to transform the position. And animation will be this initial position. Okay. Bobbing curve. Okay. Speed. Time. That work. Now we no longer need the bobbing animation because we integrated it into the pickup class. So we can just comment out this entire class now. Can delete it later. Let's see how this works. So the gem doesn't bob now. The reason the gem doesn't bob now is because I've got a we've got to code in the bobbing curve. So we want the curve to go like this. And you know, I'm just going to use ChatGPT for that. Can you help me create animation? Can you help me initialize the animation curve? Okay. So here's the code. And we initialize it under. There we go. Okay, rounded. Let's try this one first. Pick up, we have a set function here. And this will initialize the initialize this. There we go, this is what I want. New animation curve. You know what, we can just put a bracket here. Don't have to do anything else. Means I don't need a reset function. So we have a default animation. Let me show you in a while what this means. It's just to make our lives easier. Really. I'll show you how this works in a second. Hi Brandon, thanks for coming in to drop your support. Jonathan is working on the farming RPG series, so He's going to be, it's probably, the next part is gonna probably come in around, I think February or March. He's pretty busy with school now, so it's gonna take him some time. So thanks for your support anyway. We will try and get the video as soon as possible if we can. If you can do it earlier, we'll do it earlier. He's gonna run a stream soon as well, Jonathan. But I will leave him to announce what he's going to do. So when he's ready to announce that, he will post a video on our channel as well. So in the meantime, what I'm trying to do is, you see this curve here, I'm trying to get us to be able to control the animation using this curve. Which it's a lot of variables, but it's all only contained in one box, so it's a lot easier to manage than you know, the rest of the stuff that we are doing. So bobbin curve. Here, let's reverse the values. It should be 1. It should be 0, 0. So you want a curve that goes like that, which is exactly perfect. Or is it actually the keyframes goes like that side. Five, 1. Five. 1. 1, 0. Minus 1. And 5. I'm just playing around different values to see the graph that I'll get. Let's reset this. 1, 1. Here we go. Should be 1. Almost there. I think this should be -2 and -2. There we go. Kind of like a sine curve if you want. Right? Goes up, comes down. Perfect. Now we've got the curve we want. So what we are doing here is that now whenever you add pickup, automatically the curve will be generated for you. But if you want to change the curve, you are welcome to. You see, you can just modify the curve however you want, but then you have a default curve as well. So this gives you more flexibility with, you can have different animations for different kinds of items. The bobbing can be different, can be faster, can be slower as well. So you can shift the keyframes closer if you want this to be faster. Of course, you will have to get the points in the keyframes right and everything. But you can definitely do that. And you can play around with, of course, the angles and stuff. Get everything working right. So we have a simple bobbing animation. The bobbing animation should work. Okay, it doesn't work. Let's see the blue gem. We did have a no bobbing curve. Let's get the bobbing curve to come out. Okay, it's not coming out. Let's figure out why. Bobbing curve. The only work if I put it here. Set. Maybe it only works if I put it here. Do jam. Reset. Still doesn't work. But it works for the potion, huh? Doesn't work for the gem. Now it doesn't work for I think perhaps it just broke the Unity editor. Gonna have to close and reopen this. So we remove the bobbing animation on both prefabs, and the animation curve is still not, oh, it's not working because the game is still playing. So we remove both of them and let's try resetting. Okay, now it works. Okay, so with the animations and everything set up, let's just get the health to restore and all that stuff back up. 5. Bobbing is not working. Why is it not working? Let me just do a print of this value. What's going on? It's always giving me 0. Print the evaluated value. Curve is not set up properly. According to chat, curve is not set up properly, but it is, huh? Curve is right here now. I found the issue is that seems to be this. Transform position equals position plus. Maybe it'll work, maybe it will not work. It's worth a try. And it appears still doesn't work. I'm glad to hear you're so excited about the farming RPG tutorial series, Brandon. It's great to have such passion. So 3D artistry is hard work, man. Especially now with I've done a fair bit of 3D work myself. You know, like create a model and then you have to rig it, you have to texture it, and then you gotta skin it, and you gotta paint weights, and it's a lot of work, but it's fun work, right? I quite enjoyed learning about 3D animation myself, 3D modeling and 3D animation. It was a lot of fun during my school days. Oh my god, look at that. What a gem. Look at the gem. Am I sharing my screen? The gem started animating now. Finally. Show that to you. See that? It animates and it stops. It animates and it stops again. Well, at least it's working now. It only works if I modulo it by playing up. Is it the case? Let's try this again. Let's reset this. So we want it to look like that. I think now we've got the right idea. Experience. Let's give a lot of experience. Same thing here. Let's make sure it looks. Now it works. Fantastic. So we have a new pickup system. That seems to not move the object to us very well. Let's move this down to reset. Moving curve. Let's compare the new animation with the old one. See which one works better. Oh, so to reset the. You know, I can just place the script here, and we can remove the dependency. Let's drop this here and drop this here, and we can test out the image. Gem shouldn't have the pickup component. So it seems like the bobbing animation is not working because of the frequency. One correction. What do you think? Do you guys prefer having a graph to control the animation curve, or would you prefer a script with numbers? Seems like the numbers are easier to modify, right? Actually, ironically. There's direction here as well, so you know this actually isn't a bad setup at all. You know, guess what? I'm thinking about whether we should use the old system or the new one. Because the old system seems to be better, it's easier to use. I mean, the new one is you can do a lot more things with it, right? You know, with all the curves and stuff, but animation curves is so hard to use, you know? Like, because you gotta shift it. Like, say you want a curve to be lower, you gotta shift the curves. It's not precise, and that's why I don't like it, because it's not precise, and you have to set the values precisely like that, and it doesn't lend itself very well to it's not very convenient. So if I want to modify the curve, you know, I want to lower, let's say, the amplitude, I've got to just drag the curves like that, which I'm not a fan of. Having to eyeball something. So I'm a little torn at whether we should keep the curve, whether we should use the curve, or whether we should keep the you know, the numbers over here, because what Xavier has done here actually is pretty nice as well. So maybe we'll keep the numbers, you know, I can just drop the animation curves. I don't think that's necessary. It's not necessary for us to use the animation curve. And then we can keep the bobbing animation as well, maybe. The script, I mean. Keep the script. Yes, I think I will keep the old system and remove the animation curve one. Just doing a bit of debugging to see why the items are acting weird. Found a little bug here which was causing the deck to destroy itself prematurely. There we go. Now we've got the animation fixed, and even if I was to walk very fast, the item will not, it will never fly off in the wrong direction again. It's great. See that? Now the pulling is a lot more reliable. More like the game, right? It's not gonna fly off in the distance now. So then we just gotta port the animation over. Let's just remove the animation curve. Animation curve's a bit much. And I'm just gonna grab this. And plop it into a struct. So public struct animation. That, and then it's just gonna have these 4 variables. Or rather 3 variables. To represent the bobbing animation. And then it's gonna be system serializable. Public bobbing animation. Let's just call it animation, yeah. Simple and clean. And then we define some default values for it, maybe 0.5. What were the default values in our old prefabs actually? I don't remember. But I'm sure we can arrive at something. Sign value. There we go. Which means so this would be new bobbing animation. And frequency will be 3.5. Magnitude here is going to be 0.5 as well. And direction will be new vector 3. Oh, you know what? We can just do a constructor for this actually. Create bobbing animation. Float frequency. Vector 3. Can be a vector 2 direction, didn't it? Never mind. Let's drop the constructor. We can just use the struct 0, 0, this will be 1. And then let's just copy this line here to this part here. And then this will be bobbing, this will be animation dot direction. animation of frequency. We don't need a magnitude because the vector can represent the magnitude, right? So we can take away, simplify this a little bit. It's frequency and direction. So then what we're going to end up with is, well, let's see what we're going to end up with. Let's call this bobbing. Why did it turn to get confused? So the bobbing happens here like that. It's just happening a little bit slowly. Because the frequency is pretty high, I think. I'm just trying to find the right default values for the item. And we'll be good to go. So let's do a reset. Let's assign some values inside here, and we can remove the bobbing animation here. And let's restore this. Let's revert this and restore this, and then we have a bobbing animation here as well. And I think our items are working now. So it looks like I'll have to document all of this in an article somewhere. But there we go. So we should no longer get an issue where the where the gems fly out of control and just go haywire. Shouldn't be happening at all. No longer should be happening. So let's test this out again. I think now we just gotta get the gems to give us experience, because it stopped giving us experience. So just to show it to you, if we were to decrease the pull speed of the collector to, let's say, a very small value, you will see that it works pretty well now, and it tracks the player. I think the most important thing is that it tracks the player. So if we had to increase the lifespan of these guys, you can see that it tracks the player pretty well. We set the lifespan to say 10, And same thing here, 10. Yeah, it goes with the player now. Is what we want. Why is this guy not? Okay, there we go. Works. Works like a charm. 0.5. 0.5. Let's set the collector's pool speed back to 10. And yeah, the last thing is just to get the experience and everything to add up once again. It's not increasing the experience properly. And with this change, we should now get the collection system working. Oh my god. Base, collect. So we just return a boolean here to show when the collection has succeeded or not. And then here we will just do a check. If base collect, and we do this. But really, let's remove the subclasses. I don't think the subclasses really serve a point at this point. But it's just a quick fix for now. And then later, I'm gonna go get myself some caffeine. And then when we're back, then we can polish up the collection system a little bit more. This would be repair through. This would be a boolean. So after 2 hours of work and brainstorming and a lot of churning of my brain juices, the collection system should be back online. Which is great. Okay, so I'll be right back in about 15 minutes, and then we'll clean up the collection system some more, and then I'm gonna address one more bug, and then I don't think we have time to work on the player stats now, but we'll see how it goes. I'll see you guys in a little while more. Oh, thanks, Brandon. I forgot that my microphone was muted. What was I talking about just now was while I was walking to and fro to get my daily dose of caffeine, I was thinking about whether we should merge the health potion and the experience gem into the pickup class, because it only does one thing and it's very similar. So you see the code is very similar as well. So there's no need for us to really subclass the experience gem and the health potion to different scripts. We can just combine everything into the pickup script. So later on, when do we subclass the pickup script? So later on, we're gonna have power-ups, like for example, like the flames, or like time stopping, or a whole bunch of other different kinds of power-ups, right? Then we will subclass the pickup item, because then these things will be different, right? As in it'll be quite different from our regular pickups. So for now, because our pickups are quite straightforward, I'm just gonna keep all the pickup items in the same class. So I'm just gonna code the experience and health boost into the pickup items, into the pickup class itself, as opposed to separating them into experience gem and health potion. So yeah, so where was I? So there's a destroy over here, right? So the problem that we have here right now is that if you look at the experience gem, for example, right? When you touch the gem, you will first get the bonus, and then the gem flies to you after, which is totally not what we want. So we want for the gem to fly to us, and then we get the experience, right? So because of that, or whatever bonus it has. So because of that, we also want to reconceptualize the entire the entire, like, how this works. Such right now it runs in right now the bonus is granted in collect, and because the bonus is granted in collect, the player gets the experience, and then after that, when collect finishes running, the item starts flying to the player. So in the course of removing experience gem and health potion, we will also fix this issue right here. So what we want to do is, because the item gets destroyed when it reaches our player, or after it flies for a while. So let's say if the item if the player is moving faster than the item, for example, let me show this to you. So if let me just give the player a huge boost in his movement speed, alright? And I can show this to you. So let's say I'm just gonna put the player on steroids and player speed at say 12. So if the player moves faster than the item will never catch the player. Okay, let me try this again. Right? Move speed 12. Just gonna zip past the health potion, and then it will start flying. This. Okay, not a good idea. Didn't manage to do that. Let's try again. Let's try again. Let's try it until I can show you how this works. Let's set the move speed to 20. And I'm gonna reduce the speed of the pull as well, so that it's easier for me to outrun the item. So the collector has a pull, right? The collector's pull is 10. Let's change it to 5. And then for the player's move speed, let's set speed to something like 20 or like 15, something large. Where's the player stats? Move speed, let's say 15. Let's kill some bats first. See that the item doesn't catch me because I'm moving too fast, but because the item is set to expire after a certain time, I will always get the item regardless of whether it reaches me or not. See that? Even if it doesn't reach me, it will still anyway apply its effects to me. So because there is a time limit to the item, it destroys itself after a certain time. or when it reaches me. So we can actually use an on destroy event like this. On destroy. This is a Unity function. Yeah, so whenever you destroy something, Unity will call on destroy on your object. So I'm just gonna apply on destroy. So I will apply the effects for onto the player using on destroy, and for this to happen, of course we have to get a reference to the player itself. Which means I will have to find the player here. I'm reconsidering whether I should take this as a player stat instead of taking this as a transform, because this will be a bit more convenient. Maybe we should just take this as the player stat, then we don't have to do so much get component. Let's use player stats over here. So this will be target, transform, position, and everything else still remains the same. And then here this will be just on destroy, target, increase, experience, and then target, increase, restore health. This should be health. So by doing this, we can just use the pickup component for everything. We don't have to code one extra component for health and one extra component for experience. Which means we just have to modify the prefabs. So the health potion here, we can just remove the health potion. We can remove the experience gem as well, and then we'll just add the pickup. And let me just go to the scripts and remove experience gem, remove health potion, and bobbing animation as well. We can remove that, don't need it anymore. And this should fix the error. So under the player collector as well, let's just change this over to, it shouldn't be transform, this should be player. So then for the experience gem and whatnot, right here, let's just add a pickup component, and then we have all the different stats and everything, lifespan, experience, and whatever. So experience, set it to 120. Bobbing animation, just use the default values. Yeah, same thing for the red portion, pickup, and then it's gonna give us 25 health and 0 experience. So now we have one script for everything. And you only get experience now when the gem comes to you, which is really satisfying me to see this working. Oh, look at that. Fantastic. If we increase the collector's pull speed, I think that will now work. Will work very charmingly. Let me just see if I can find a health potion somewhere. There we go. Items are working. Palm now. So is the health potion. Oh, it feels so much better now, right? Like, cause the animations are all synced up. And then, you know, the gem actually tracks you, no matter how I'm moving. Look at that, look at that. Oh yeah. Fantastic. So, I guess now what I have to do is document all of this stuff, right? My least favorite part of the work that I'm doing is documentation. Document it in a blog, and then gotta write a post on it. Let me think about how I can do the documentation for that. We have 1.5 hours more, right? More or less. Maybe I can just document the changes in the blog, and then if I can't finish this in the stream, then I'll do it my own time. It looks like we have to do the implementation of the player stats, the rest of the player stats next week then, because I don't think we have enough time now. So let me just go right ahead and just do the blog post for this. So the changes here. Oh, let me show you my screen. Just looking at GitHub to see all the changes. Well, I guess I've got to start writing. Oh yes, before I start writing, let me just address something that I think I didn't address in part 16's post, and that is, so if you look at the UI element that you have here, right, you will have the upgrade window. So a couple of things we've got to fix for the upgrade window. I think this was covered in a different stream, right? Anyway, so if you have trouble with getting the upgrade window to work properly, some of you, your upgrade window may be looking like so. Let me just hide one of the options here, and you'll see what I mean. Some of you, you may have your options appearing like so. Oh, what's going on? Sorry, what am I messed up the whole thing. I was gonna plan to mention this in my stream, but I forgot what was it that I changed. So I guess I'm gonna have to look back at my past streams. So there was something that I changed in the past. The options folder, right, would appear like this. So let's say if you had 2 options, everything would be spread out like this, which wasn't very nice. And then it was aligned to the center. So you'll get something like this. So what I did, I think, was I changed this to be aligned to upper center, and I turn off child force expect. So just 2 things you want to pay attention to. And the other thing is that when you're working on your UI, right, is when you're working on UI, you may run into a issue where So like let's say this upgrade, right? Let's say this upgrade over here. We have an upgrade. In each of the upgrade options, we have the name, and then we have the description and all that stuff, right? So if the weapon's name is too long, for example, lightning ring super upgraded, for example. Say I'm just putting a random piece of text here. So if your name is too long, you will see that your text gets eaten up. So you want to also just increase the width of each of your options, as well as for the description as well. So you've got to make sure that the description field over here is large enough. Description is right here. So if it's too small, then it will eat up your description as well. So if I have a very long description over here, it's gonna eat everything up. So you want to make sure that you have enough height for this as well. Yeah, so that the text shows up. And then of course, you've got to also move it to align it properly, so that it shows everything properly. So you just gotta play around with your UI a little bit. Just two things to pay attention to. First thing is that your level up screen under the upgrade options folder, you want to make sure that alignment is upper center. Previously, I think we set it to middle center and then we set it to expand, which made everything look a little bit awkward. But then if we were to set everything to upper center, and then we uncheck child force expand, then this will make everything look nicer. Okay, so even if you have less than 2 options, less than 4 options I mean, then everything still works fine, it doesn't get spread out. So this looks better than if everything was spread out over the entire upgrade window. Second thing is for each of your upgrade options, just make sure that your description text box is large enough, because if it is too small, it'll eat up your text. So for example here, if I make the box too small, right, and I have a lot of text, this will eat up my text. So I need to make sure that the box is large enough. The anchor is blocking my way. Yeah, so if I just move it here, then this will be perfect. Okay, so same thing with upgrade name. If upgrade name is too long, then your name will get eaten up. So you just gotta expand the text box here as well. So you can just adjust the width if you want to get it centralized. Yeah, so just give it a more reasonable width and more reasonable height for your description, and then this will make your boxes be able to contain all the text that you have for, you know, your weapons and all that stuff. So it's just a small thing, but I think it's pretty important. Presentation is pretty important. So yeah. And there's one more bug that I actually wanted to mention, and it is that if you level up as there is a floating text on your screen, right? The floating text will actually block your upgrade window. Let me see if you can recreate that. So when I damage stuff, you'll see there's a damage text that appears. So if a damage text is on the screen while I level up, you will see that this text will block my ability to click. So in such a case, what would you want to do about it? My screen is still sharing, right? So in such a case, what would you want to do about it? We're gonna have to do something about the floating text. In this case, let's find the floating text element first, which is right here. The easiest thing that we can do is just move it behind, and then we should be able to click on that. So which means that we will have to change the code for the floating text. This is under game manager. Okay, let me just take a screenshot of that for the article. that I'm gonna write later. So let me just recreate the bug again. We'll have a look at this thing work. Let me roll a better weapon. Um, 9. So what I'm gonna do here is deal damage and level up at the same time. What I'm gonna do. Okay, it's not happening. Let's try again. So if you have floating text over here, you see it blocks. Okay, it's not very obvious. Let me just grab. I'm just gonna play the game normally, and then when I level up, and there is flowing text on the screen, and I'll get that. Let me just get a screenshot of this. So I can use it for the article later on. And let me get a screenshot of the hierarchy as well. Hierarchy will be this thing here. So how do we modify the code to fix this? We've just got to generate the floating text and put it right above. So if you look at this situation here, if I just move this up all the way to the top of the canvas, the floating text will be covered by the pop-up. Are there any other ways to do it? That's something that we can think about as well. There's probably a way, but I'm not sure. Maybe there isn't a way. So I guess the only way is to put it right on top, and we have to explore this by looking at the floating text. Generate floating text. So here the game object, we add this as a parent, but is there a way to are there any other ways to do it? Is there an index? set sibling index. I think so. What we want to do is just do a set parent, and then we'll do a set sibling index with 0, and this should fix the floating text problem with this should fix the floating text problem where it doesn't block the upgrade window anymore. Let's try this. So I'm gonna damage the bat and then get the level up in one go. Happened too early. A little bit too early. Okay, let's try this. So you see now the flowing text is right above, so then it doesn't cover up our level up screen anymore. You see the flowing text is below there. So we always want this to be the lowest priority, which is something that we forgot to do. So yeah, it's just one line of code, very convenient. And this fixes our issue. So I'm just gonna document all of this stuff next hour, and start on part 17, which is, you know, all this player collector, this player collection, item collection stuff that we were working on for the past 3 hours. Thanks for your support, Brandon. Appreciate it. This channel is not made by 2 people. It's okay, I'm gonna tell you guys the truth, alright? Never before told. So all these guys who are working on these videos, they're actually my students. So I teach games development at a school, and every half a year I'll have students who want to intern for me. So what I do basically is primarily I teach part-time, and then I create websites for clients. So the students who intern under me are people who either want to make their own games or they want to learn how to make websites. So most of the time, because I teach a game development course, the students who want to learn, usually this overlaps. So then if they are interested in making a game, then I would get them to put together a video creating a tutorial so they can, you know, experiment with, you know, once you learn coding, right, you want to experiment with different things, like you want to try creating different things, right? So I had them do the video, and then because after they finish their attachment, some of them gone to uni. In Singapore, they call it national service, but basically it's mandatory conscription. So a lot of my students, they get conscripted after they finish their school. So then when they go to the army, then they can't continue the series. So then I've got to take over. So Xavier was one of my students, and he's serving the army now. He's conscripted. Serving his national conscripted duties. So then I just took over the series for him. Because, you know, like you patrons are giving us money, right? And I can't just leave you guys hanging. Like, it bothers me that we have projects that are uncompleted. That's why I'm, you know, committing some time of my week just to get everything going. Hopefully, okay, I shouldn't say hopefully, because I'm pretty sure that this will happen. So at the end, give me maybe a year. I think by the end of this year, I should be able to get the Vampire Survivor series to a point where you can just download the project files on Patreon. Then you can just make your own game with minimal amount of scripting. That's my aim for this project. Because I realized that a lot of people who become patrons, there are two types of people. One of them, they want to learn programming, and they're usually professionals, and either professionals or students. And then the other, I would say the larger subset of people are the ones who will subscribe just for 1 month, right? Just to get the project files, because they have a submission coming up. So then, by by creating this whole system where you can just put together your own game very quickly, then this, this serves the larger subset of people as well. And then over the course of, because I'm going to be documenting everything, right? So over the course of me developing this, those of you who are interested in coding, you can also see the blog, and you can look at also the videos, and you can see the entire process, our thought process. So previously what Xavier did was he would plan everything and then he would record everything, which was great, but then it limited him from exploring bigger concepts. Like, for example, if you look at how I arranged the weapon system compared to how he did it, the reason he did it in a simpler way was because he needed to be able to explain things in video, because the first few parts are really, just to ease you into learning coding, right? So he had to simplify his code to be able to reach, or rather to be able to teach whatever he wanted to teach. I don't want to have such constraints, because if we're going to develop a system that is robust enough, then we're going to need to use, sometimes you're going to need to use more advanced concepts. So which is why I started to throw away, I shouldn't say throw away, that's why I started to, not avoid using the tougher things that you have in coding. Like, even if something is more complex, I will still use it and I'll try to explain it in the article. So you will see from part 15 onwards, the coding difficulty starts to take a jump, hopefully for the better. So once you get familiar with coding, right, the biggest hurdle that you have to jump is, how do you organize your code? Because all the students I have who create all these series, they are great at programming. So they've done programming for like 2+ years, and they've got a hang of it. Because I've been guiding them in class as well. And like, those of them who create series, they do so because I see that their programming is good enough that they're able to do it. But even with their programming level, sometimes they get stuck. And where do they get stuck is with planning their systems. So once you get good at programming, the next step take is to, figure out how to plan your systems. And from part 15 onwards, that is what I cover. And that's why you see a lot of revamping. So I'm hoping that this works out. Let me know what you think when you get to part 15. And whether, certain concepts are well explained, or whether, I need to explain more on certain concepts. So with the revamp of the spawning system as well, we are going to have to use some of the more advanced concepts as well, and of course a lot of planning. So, like, again, if we want to make this a robust system, then we will, the code base will always be at a certain level of complexity. You cannot really avoid it. So I'm gonna go get back to documenting whatever the changes I've made. So again, thanks for joining us on this stream, or rather joining me on this stream, and giving your support. If I was just talking to the camera and no one was here, it'd be really sad. But I will still do it anyway. But it's always nice to have company. It's part of the reason why I stream. I didn't think I would enjoy streaming, but I'm starting to do so. I'm starting to enjoy streaming. So Jonathan, the guy who is working on the Farming RPG series, he has an announcement that he's gonna make soon, and I think it's gonna be pretty exciting. Unfortunately, it's not related to the Farming RPG series, but I think a lot of you will be interested. So do watch out for it. I don't want to spoil his announcement, but he'll be making his announcement, and he'll be doing some streaming very soon as well. Okay, so let me document the fix for the floating text. Now reference including text. fixing the damage looking text. One of the problems that moving text produce falling off was that it will again block the block up blocks. Oh, that's a great suggestion. So 秋天, that's a great fix. That's quite brilliant. I never thought of that, to be honest with you. Hi, and thanks for joining the stream as well. So I guess it's something else that you can consider, right? Instead of creating a new canvas, if you want to implement this fix, you can do it as well. So let me just, I'm using Photoshop to draw up the issue. So the floating text here is blocking the clickability of the image. To level up as the name is getting damage, the text off. May block the level up menu and cause areas a bit difficult. To fix this, we have to add an This is because the floating head position right at the end of the canvas that we attach it to. Hence, it will be rendered, it will be drawn all the elements that it all the white elements on the screen. To fix this, when we spawn the floating heads, we will need to ensure that it spawns at the start of spawns as the first child of the canvas state. So we want to move this all the way to the beginning. Is there a way for me to curve the line? Is there a pen tool? Line, pen. See this. Make selection. I want to make shape. How do I draw something with pen? I have no idea how to use Photoshop. At least not in this way, you know. Who knew drawing arrows would be so difficult? Shape. On a shape here. Then we will have to I'm sure there is a way to draw an arrow, but you know, let's find a different way to do it. just use the line tool here. Simplify things a little bit. Just draw a line here, followed by a line. So I'm just gonna move this guy up here. You gotta pardon my budget Photoshop skills. Okay, this works. You have to struggle with Photoshop. Yeah. So all the new stuff that I'm adding here will be part of the part 16 video. Floating text links would be at top of the guys. So to this end, we will need to modify the floating text coroutine function. This means that we will need to add an extra line in the generate floating text coroutine. Right. After we parent the spawn text object to the handle, remove it to the top. Yeah. Here is code. It's right here, right? Let's get everything else. Text object form set sibling index, and this is the text that we want highlight. Let me try the strike through feature for a while, see how the HTML markup looks like. So this is a C#. Then here is the entire script with the above C#. Game manager, yes. Free C#. Let's copy the entire piece of code. In And then we've got to highlight the floating text coroutine with the extra line. Mark as 2. And done. So it took me 20 minutes to update this thing. So you can see why I enjoy documentation. Well, Qiu-Tian, thanks for joining the stream. You could have done a lot of other things instead of watching the stream. So really appreciate it. Working from home is awesome, right? I love working from home as well. I mean, I didn't love the whole COVID episode for various reasons, but working from home is great. You just gotta, find a reason to go out sometimes. Like at least when I was working from home for most of my time, it's about 10 years ago. Most of it was nice, but then sometimes you just needed to go out, I just had the itch to get out of the house. I don't know if you have the same thing, but the scariest thing about working from home is over time you just lose your social life. At least that was scarier. That was the scariest thing for me. So let's put together part 17. And I've got to think about what to title part 17. Perhaps this be called Fixing the Pickup Collection. If you've been following our series for some time, one thing that you will be aware of is that our pickup system is a little tricky because times items will miss the player if he is moving too fast or moving at odd angle. Maybe I'm trying to embed the Imgur image onto the article. Embed JS. So this works fantastic. Just have to align this center. Some and really thought that this would be pretty simple fix. We just had to make few changes to the player collector script. I'm looking on it on screen. Realize that it is better to streamline and optimize the whole effect system as well. Hence, so where should I start? The problem with the player collector script. the main problem, the main cause of the issue that due to the way the motion, the way they attract. So that the player collect the strip specifically this line and trigger the 3D, which is this line. It's grab the code. So the initial code is just a couple of lines. Like this. One second. I think it's the code missing some stuff. Force direction. This is. See a little error inside my code actually. Stay here. So there is also the pulling animation here. And then it calls collect. Oh, my bad, sorry. Copied the wrong stuff. This, yeah. And this. So we've got everything here. So the issue is right here. So the issue is with these two lines. Why is it so? Because firstly, when the pickup gets within range there for the first frame when it activates, it gets applied a force, applied on it. Based on the position of the player and the pickup. Force is applied, it pushes it towards. Okay. However, because the force is only applied first frame, if the player moves away after it is possible for the pickup to miss the player away quickly after for this to work, we will need the pickup to constantly check where the player is and readjust its positioning every frame. This means that instead of applying the motion to the 2D, we should apply it to state at every frame. One solution to this, as you will see, is to modify. As you will see me attempting to apply the plate here. is to modify the player vector script to apply a force to the item every frame with view and item touches the player. This makes the code unnecessarily complex because we will need to use a lot of loops on it. The movement of every object. A simpler way is to move the code to let the pickup select each pickup need to use a release together with manage strong movement in pickup script. Instead, that way we don't want to create all of these arrays in the player vector script. So for the pickup script, this end we will put the pickup script so that when select is called on it, it will automatically try to find its way towards player. How does the old pickup script look like? Me find X. Oh, I'm sorry. No pickup here, it's pickup here. Click up. Third, select function. Just does this, right? Has been corrected. And from trigger enter 2D, just destroys the game object. Okay. And then very little more so letting it though it's one movement will carry more of I think we should perhaps simplify the code a little bit here. Partially so I don't have so many things to I don't need to explain so many things. We set the lifespan over here, and let's remove these two, and then let's just have the target be set, and then we will introduce a speed as well. This would be no, we don't need the speed. Oh, speed is really there. So we just got a lifespan. move the bonuses all the way to the bottom so it doesn't block the rest of the stuff we're trying to. Makes more sense. And then we introduce all the extra variables here. Yes, thanks. Okay. We oh, spin. Remove the on trigger, enter 2D as well. Is it there? It's never there.
3, 2, 1, 0, 0.
Oh yeah, it was there.
Discovery 4 computers now have primary control of critical vehicle functions.
Of that and add, modify the collect function. And then we have the update function, handle the movement. Yeah, I think that's about it. This gives us following code. and quite a few changes here. Hi guys, looks like it's 4 p.m. now. So I'm gonna spend the rest of the week finishing up the article. I'm gonna end the stream now because I've got to head off to do something else. So for those of you who are joining, thank you so much for popping in as always. I'm really appreciative of how you guys come every week, even though it's just a few of you. So enjoy the rest of your week. For those of you who are studying, all the best in your studies, and for those of you who are working, I hope you get your tasks done and get more pay, get a promotion, you know, like good things happen to you. So we will do a stream as usual next week. Hopefully by then part 17 will be done, the article, so then we can start recording footage for part 17 itself, you know, running through the scripts and documenting the changes and whatnot. So yep, I'm gonna sign off now. Thanks very much. Take care, guys.